This conference will now be recorded.
This call's meeting orders 0900 hours. Roll call.
Mike Solari.
Here.
Tasha Shane. Here. Jeff Hildreth.
Here.
Tristan Sanders.
Here.
Wes Bonheim.
Here. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move into public comment. Is there any public comments about anything that's not on the agenda for today? Give me a second. As everyone knows, we are going to, in the interest of getting things done in a timely manner today, we will be imposing the 3-minute time limit for public comments on all topics.
Good morning, Arvin Reed. So the 4th of July went off great. Scapola received about 8 bags to 9 bags of garbage and leftover fireworks for the trailer that we left at the lighthouse. So that was a good thing. So we also did some fire watches. So that's when we drive down every lane for the CERT Foundation. And so Tesha told me of a few places that have some garbage in it. So with Scapola, we submitted $250 that hopefully we're going to be matched by SCARP and the Shelter Cove right here, the Cove Connect. And so that's going to be a new thing that we're going to do. I did go and check out the Reading Court. I was thank you, Tesha, for all that. And I also did fire watch on my area. There's a trailer on Forest that I contacted the sheriff's department on that definitely impede emergency vehicles. And then on the Reading Court, there was 7 vehicles plus a flatbed trailer and a Gradle. So I did turn that in to the sheriff's department too. And hopefully, and on the 13th, we're going to have a fundraiser for the trash pickup cleanup. And the 19th, we're also having CERT do the cleanup with us for the road. We'll have more than just the main road.
What's the date on the fundraiser again?
13th. Monday the 13th, and then Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. And you're next, sir.
When I initially decided to come here, it was about my house being fired at 5 times with a gun, and about when I and the theft and damage to the property. And when I turned that over to the sheriff's department, I ended up with a criminal, and I was going to be prosecuted. But I'm going to skip all of that and get to the much more important part. I only have 3 minutes. I was taking my usual walk in the morning, and I saw this black pickup truck that had a frame over the entire truck, all the way from the front bumper all the way over to the back bumper, and had bright LED lights flashing on it. So I flagged them down and asked them what was going on. They said that they had been hired by the county to photograph every road in Humboldt County. That cost at a time, they say they don't have money. But then he asked me a question. Said, what has happened to Shelter Cove? I said, what do you mean? He said, well, we're driving into all these cul-de-sacs, photographing everything. And they're full of dead cars and trash and garbage and people living in trailers and shanties. And our family loves Shelter Cove, but I will not be coming back. So I knew that it was going on in my neighborhood. I had counted up to 14 of similar things up on Upper Top. So when I went into the planning department to ask, if they were planning on doing anything about this, And they said, well, we can't act on one complaint. It has to be multiple complaints. So I got this stack of forms and I went around and started talking to people about it, and they saw that they couldn't do that. There wasn't any way that multiple people could observe exactly the same violation. So that took the whole thing out of the picture. I started thinking about an interview that I had read some years back when sheriff, the sheriff, pardon me, and Tom Allman, when Tom was the local sheriff in Shelter Cove here, living here. And I found it again and I read it, and it was full of a lot of wisdom on law enforcement in Shelter Cove. So I remember that you could call a local call to Tom, and he would turn up within hours, and he would go to the parties that were having the dispute, and he would decide what a remedy would be, and that was it. Now there isn't any way that that can happen. So, in getting to the bottom line of all this, pardon me with this, I'm really losing my voice. Southern Humboldt since 1973. And during the 80s, when I was part of the United Stand thing, I had frequent involvement with the planning department. And at that time, they had a song that they were singing, and that was, Shelter Cove should never have happened. And therefore, we put it at the bottom of our priority list. Oddly enough, the building and planning department are singing exactly the same song right now, almost word for word. So it means that they don't care about Shelter Cove, and that nothing will happen here unless people want it to happen. And I see we got almost no turnout, even though I spread the word around everything. So I don't think that we're going to get any kind of movement here. I just felt that I should come and tell you what was going on.
Thank you very much, sir. Any other public comment on something that is not on the agenda for today? No. All right, we'll move on to the consent calendar.
I would like to pull the general manager's report.
General manager's report. Okay. Pull the general manager's report. Anybody else have anything else you want to pull? No? All right. Get a motion.
Make a motion to approve the minutes and unpaid bills as presented.
I'll second that motion.
Roll call.
Jeff Hildreth,
Aye.
Tristan Sanders,
Aye.
Jessica Shane,
Aye.
Wes Bonheim,
Aye.
Mike Solari.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, moving on to the items pulled from the consent calendar, the general manager's report. Joshua, what do you got?
Yeah, I just wanted to have Chief Page have the opportunity to speak about further on the 4th of July.
Oh, okay.
Chief, if you don't mind, I've got actually some specific questions for the general manager and for the electrical on their report too. If that's okay. So for the general manager's report, the second bullet up from the bottom, it says that you said that you met online with prospective financial consultant who will provide a scope of work to estimate, to conduct a rate study and cost allocation plan for the district. And I was just wondering what the results of that meeting were.
I don't have the scope of work yet. It was a very preliminary meeting, just the consultants, potential consultant that we may end up going with for help with our, going through our financial policies and policy manual, and also our budget process and the cost allocation plan. I don't fully understand yet, so I'm going to learn a lot with this consultant.
Okay, so right now you're just kind of gathering information by speaking to different folks.
Correct.
Okay. And then on the issue where you began working on the application with CDFW to permit the maintenance at Telegraph Creek due to the buildup of sediment on the water treatment plant. Has that been exacerbated by the change in the culverts that were there?
It's a good question. I think potentially, yes. It definitely allowed a lot more sediment to come through, rather than get kind of built up behind the culverts that used to be there. So yeah, that's definitely a potential. But yeah, it's a very arduous permitting process and going through many different agencies that oversee that kind of maintenance. So yeah, this is basically the last one to go through. Be working on that for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd like to see if, in terms of the financial impact or anything, if we could get some support from the county for that, since that was their responsibility to maintain and it failed. And then for the electrical, Johnny, I know that you said that there were planned outages for a couple of pole changeouts, and I was wondering if we informed the public of those planned outages.
Yeah, we notify them like 2 days in advance.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, Chief, take it away.
Awesome. Well, yeah, so 4th of July, obviously for the folks that are in here, you guys all know 4th of July Shelter Cove is usually our Super Bowl for the fire department. By far our busiest time, both usually with call volume and with people in the community. And this year is no different, except for our call volume was exceedingly low. We had 2 legitimate calls, and they were both minor calls. We joked that we overplanned the 4th of July, and we were ready for whatever emergencies happened, and luckily this year they didn't. I think I estimate over 1,000 people down there. Anybody that was here that weekend, there were people all over Black Sands Beach, sports courts, every spot that had recreation opportunities or for areas for people to gather was full of people. And I will say thank you to the community for following the rules, helping to enforce the rules, locals and visitors alike. It was a different vibe that I've experienced 4th of July. A ton of families, a lot of young kids. I think the only real safety hazard we had, besides the amount of illegal fireworks are still a thing in Shelter Cove. People were still doing them at the beach. However, we had a lot less the days before and after. We weren't tracking them down like we usually were. People are finally starting to listen. It's been almost 10 years of us doing the current program that we do, using search spotters, zero tolerance for anywhere fireworks. We even had to go be a little enforcement with people doing safe and sands in their driveways and stuff like that. And unfortunately, we don't want that to set a bad precedent and people see them doing it, so then they have to do it other places. So they got a warning. They were really cool about it. But we were seeing a lot of kids in the roads not wearing helmets and stuff like that. So that ended up being our enforcement effort. Was telling kids they get some helmets on, stay off the active runway. I think we had to tell 2 or 3 people not to fly kites on the active runway. So we were still out doing enforcement stuff, but there was a very healthy vibe going on with the community for the 4th of July. And in my report, I state that we've been trying to get to that for a long time. I know Scarf and Scapoa and Pioneers for a lot of blood, sweat, and tears for building this up and getting it going. The parade was like almost a mile long. I think they were almost at the end by the time we started. So I think it can only get better from here. And I think we do need to watch getting complacent and sitting back on our successes. We've got it figured out because only one spark can cause what we're trying to avoid. But I am excited to see what this community can do with a little bit of organization going forward with 4th of July. Any questions you guys have, we'll be happy to answer.
Oh, thank you for all your hard work, Nick. I don't really have any questions for you. I just wanted to also thank all the organizations, SCARF, Cove Connect, Scapoa, for just, they really did a good job of working together to help bring in more of a family vibe. And I know that it'll just get better and better each year.
And BLM too.
And
The
BLM.
restrooms were finished just in time.
Yep.
That was good.
Yeah, no, it was a really good 4th of July and quiet where I live, so I'm always happy for that. So yeah, so thank you, Nick. I did have one question on the water treatment and the wastewater department. Travis, I noticed there was a couple good size. There was a leak on Shelter Court, and then a water main break on Martin Way. And I was just curious, it seems like we're averaging about one a month now, at least. These good sized water loss. And so I'm just wondering if you knew how many gallons of water we had lost with those breaks.
Yes, I know exactly how much, or approximately, pretty close. We'll have to look, but yesterday we had another break off of basically John's distribution system, and it was a lateral and a hydrant. So we lost approximately 23,000 gallons yesterday. So all that math and numbers is in my head right now, but I'll have to that number.
Okay, and then so when these breaks happen and this water loss is occurring, you are tracking those gallons, correct? And and there's a log of that, correct? Okay, because it seems like at the end of the year, we could add up all of those gallons of water that we've lost. And that would also, I think, help with looking for grants because it shows that we're treating this water, this millions of gallons of water, and then we're losing it. So I think that would, yeah, definitely be helpful. And thank you for keeping track of that.
Yes, every month too, we do a whole water loss, report everything. It's all submitted to the state too.
Yeah.
Through the Safer Clearinghouse. So all that data is actually over with DSS right now too. So they have that. And we look really good for water loss. It was about 24% for the month of June, 36, close to 32 or 36% for the prior month.
So what do you mean by
Looks good.
looks good? I mean,
It's good for grant money.
okay.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for that clarification. Oh my God, that doesn't sound like it's very good. Okay, yeah, and then at some point, maybe I can connect with you since I am your liaison. I just kind of want to also get a dollar amount on those numbers as well, like what that costs the district as well. Okay, thank you.
Personally, Tasha, I think that you should be going to Chris to get those numbers and let Chris go to the supervisors and do it.
Thank you.
Is that it? No, I would like to make a comment too. Okay. I would like to thank the community too, and I think it was our first really inaugural event, 4th of July, again, back to culture and trying to change the attitude. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank the community. The flags going around, the loop, everything else was spectacular. I think that it's only gonna get better from here as long as we stay involved. So it's not really being complacent. It's let's make it even better. Let's just keep making it better and better every year, and then we will truly change the culture. But thanks for the community. Okay. Anybody else? We need to do a motion to for the operational status report.
I'll make a motion to approve the operational status report as presented.
I'll second the motion.
Roll call.
Mike Bauheim.
Aye.
Mike Solori.
Aye.
Kristen Sanders.
Aye.
Jeff Eldred.
Aye.
Susan Shane.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, moving on, correspondence discussion items. District strategic plan presentation. Take it away,
Yes.
Chris.
Yeah, so I will go ahead and kind of provide the background and then we're gracious enough to have Hillary Strauss, our consultant online who can take over. He has a PowerPoint presentation.
So, Chris, before we get into that, oftentimes with the correspondence, we would have a discussion with the sheriff. I know that that's been kind of a big thing recently. Did they call in today?
I did reach out to them and I have not heard back. We did push their item a little bit down on the agenda just because Hillary Strauss has got a timeline we're trying to work with.
Gotcha.
But I don't know if they're online or not. Can't tell some of the initials. So
Okay.
I'll reach out, but I didn't get any confirmation.
That they were here. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Hillary.
All right, so before I hand it over to Hillary Strauss, let me just say that this is the first year that the Shelter Cove Road Improvement District has engaged in a strategic plan process to help shape the development of its annual budget. The goal of strategic planning is to bring the board of directors and key district staff and in the future community stakeholders together to identify and prioritize the district's high priority policy, program, and project issues, and to identify what items, given limited resources for funding, time, and staffing, that the district should be working on over and above daily operations in the coming year to help take the district to the next level. So the strategic planning process included 3 major components: education issues review, team building, and work program development. So the education issues review component consisted of 2 staff level strategic plan preparatory meetings. Preparation for these meetings included reviewing, analyzing, synthesizing background materials already developed by staff. And the 2 staff preparatory meetings were held in March and May of this year. The strategic plan facilitator also held 1-by-1 meetings with each board member in advance of the 2-day strategic planning meeting and several preparatory meetings with myself. Lastly, during the first day of the 2-day strategic planning session, the board and leadership staff attended a best practices in local government leadership training. So we got our tools. So the team building and work program development components took place during the 2-day strategic planning workshop held in late May. All board of directors staff and key staff and the facilitator attended. During this session, the board of directors and staff developed 4 3-year goals and accompanying 1-year objectives for inclusion in our fiscal year budget. A full summary of the 2-day strategic planning session prepared by facilitator Hillary Strauss accompanies this report. I just want to thank him for helping us on this process and also attending this meeting to present PowerPoint. Thank you, Hillary. Just also financial impact. We did include some elements from this plan into our budget. All 1-year objectives from the plan involve hiring staff and or outside resources are included about $200,000 worth. So what we did include was about $100,000 for a financial consultant expenditure, about $50,000 for a grants analyst position expenditure, and about $50,000 for a water system assessment rate study. Some of that will get moved around, but the recommendation is to continue to work with staff on the district strategic plan. So I can go ahead and now hand it off to Hillary Strauss. Thanks again for attending.
Well, thanks so much, Chris, and good morning, everybody. Good morning, board president and members of the board. It's great to see you again. Chris, I'll need a little bit of technical assistance here. It's showing that I can't share my screen here, and it's the Hillary Strauss second screen that I need to share.
All right, I've given you presenter status. I think share your screen now. Let me know.
Okay. There we go. And I'm going to leave it in this mode so I can kind of see these slides here to the left. Well, very good, you guys. And again, good morning. It is so good to see everybody again. It was a wonderful and productive time on May 29th and May 30th that the board and key staff got together and looked at where you have been as a district, where you are, and where you want to go and why. And again, as Chris has alluded to, a strategic plan is distinctive in that it is medium and future focused items that help to take your organization and your ability to provide services to your customers and to your constituents to the next level. So here's our summary to share back as a feedback loop to you, the board, and for the benefit of your customers and constituents who are there present today at your board meeting and who will also see a good attendance number online. So with that, what we'll do is we'll do again a little bit of a review of who participated in the events surrounding the development of your proposed strategic plan. We want to talk a little bit about all of the good work that your organization is already doing and accomplishing. We'll highlight what we call issues, factors, and trends, which were sort of organized as a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats type of a framework to serve as a foundation for a review of the rest of your strategic plan. And that included an update of your mission statement, which has a 30-year time horizon. your vision statement, which has a 10-year time horizon, and then sort of what we call the business portion of the work program portion of your strategic plan, your 3-year goals and your 1-year objectives. And because we always have more to do than we really have capacity to implement, we wanted to still capture those really important items that needed to be put on the to-do list, but that likely would not be able to be accomplished in year 1 of your strategic plan. So we set up a parking lot. And then I wanted to highlight some of the participant observations and next steps. So for the unacquainted and to reacquaint participants as to how a strategic plan is typically structured, the infographic on the screen really highlights the sort of classical structure of a strategic plan. And it's sort of like an upside down triangle. You start very broad and then you get very specific. And over to the right there, I laid out, again, the sort of accompanying time horizon associated with each of the different components of a strategic plan. So your mission statement is, why does your organization exist? And it should be durable over a 30-year time horizon. A vision statement is, if we do everything right and we accomplish our goals and objectives in our strategic plan, what does success look like over a 10-year time horizon? That's what a vision statement is. Issues, factors, and trends, as I mentioned just a moment ago, serve as a foundation for an examination of what are the key goals and objectives to which you and your team want to be working on over and above daily operations, maintenance, and capital of your agency. Again, designed to help take your organization to the next level. And then the 3-year goals are intentions directed at meeting and mission. They're broad, primary ideas to be addressed to optimize progress. And then organized under your goal areas are your 1-year objectives. They're specific directions to guide how to implement that goal. And we talk about them in terms of the acronym SMART: specific, measurable, actionable, reasonable, and time bound. And what we say is an objective is 100% SMART if you as an agency have total control over the completion of that objective. But many times there's important items that need to be done, important objectives that you don't have total control over. As an example, you're submitting a grant application to a grant funding agency. Well, you're at the mercy of that grant funding staff as to whether or not you get the grant and how quickly they act on it, and how quickly, even when you are awarded a grant, how fast you can pull that money down. So that would not be 100% SMART objective, but it's still very important. And you just recognize that and you manage expectations accordingly. And then below the fold is the work program, the staff work plan. And that is what Chris and his team are doing day in and day out over the course of the year, over and above their other daily operational maintenance and capital work, to help implement that strategic plan, both directly and with business partners to help flex up, have capacity, bring in subject matter experts, and then flex back down. So as far as who participated, it was the board: Mike, Tesha, Wes, Jeff, and Tristan. And also the key operational leads: Chris Christensen, General Manager; Jessica DeCalver, Administrative Services Manager; Nick Pape, Fire Chief; John Aronson, Power Distribution and Generation Superintendent; and Travis Thompson, Wastewater Superintendent. And a best practice when doing a strategic plan is to bring in somebody from the outside who's neutral to content and is focused on process. And that's where the role that I played in helping to facilitate and ensuring that there was very, very even and equitable and meaningful participation by everybody. Before we get into the plan itself, I think it's really important to take stock, because we don't really think about all the things that your team is already doing with the limited resources of staff, time, and money that they already do. But I think it's important to take stock here. So in terms of governance and community, first and foremost, you and your team are to be highly commended working with the community to develop and place on a ballot this Measure A tax, and it passed. And that is not an easy thing to do. but the funding issues are very acute. They're very critical for your agency. You do not have a large economies of scale in the way of a customer or constituent base to which to spread costs. And so every customer is a stakeholder in the success and the outcome of their resort improvement district. And so they really saw that and they came through. And you also effectively communicated to your customers some of the problem statements and the opportunities to resolve them. You formed a Parks and Recreation Committee, so you involve more stakeholders as you start to plan out and discuss the future. You had multiple policy updates, ordinance updates, and again, we alluded to more community engagement. And you're doing here your first strategic plan, which is very commendable. With regard to infrastructure and technology, working on automated electric meter reading initiative, new billing software implementation. Our agency is doing the same, and it is a very heavy lift to roll out a new enterprise resource and planning system, including utility billing, new work order management system, office efficiency and customer service improvements, electric system safety upgrades. And as far as facility and capital improvements, that wonderful new sport court that I saw, and fire department apparatus building construction, fitness trail, culvert repair, Telegraph Creek Road project, community clubhouse improvement, successful completion of a new well. Those are all very, very significant accomplishments logged to date. As far as financial and administrative, health insurance plan transition, which is a critical piece to help in one of your most critical assets, which is your staff team to help support the services that you provide to your constituents and to your customers. Fleet replacement program, the tools of the trade in order to do the job. Progress on financial auditing, standardized hiring procedures, and successful succession planning, which is always a critical issue for all organizations. And as far as the fire department goes, increased mutual aid participation, expanded training in equipment modernization, modern apparatus fleet development, regional community wildfire defense program, Southern Humboldt Fire Rescue Joint Powers Authority formation. That's significant to help partner and regionally plan policy program and service delivery and response in terms of fire response. And regional leadership and planning and training, as you are an anchor here in the Southern Humboldt coastal area. All significant upgrades in terms of accomplishments. In terms of looking at issues and factors and trends that activate a discussion of strategic planning items. Well, in terms of your strengths, we'll start with your most valuable asset, highly capable staff and cross-disciplinary staff, modernized equipment, strong self-reliance and redundancy, which you have to be with such an isolated location. Automated emergency power generation, environmental stewardship. You have an incredible piece of real estate out there that has to be protected, and you are stewards of it. In-house maintenance capabilities. And as far as some of the challenges or weaknesses, you have aging infrastructure, and that is something that is true just about in every service area. Our service area that I help manage down in the Sacramento region is no exception. Revenue instability. Again, you have a general fund. General funds are inherently unstable. That's true for any agency that has one. And yet it funds vital and critical services like public safety, fire in your case, and quality of life programs and services like park and recreation. Of course, we've seen some very significant volatility in terms of cost issues, escalating cost of instruction, operational expenses, benefit costs. So inflationary pressures are significant. And obviously there's been international happenings that have had impact on commodity markets that impact all of us and have a domino effect into other cost areas. There has been some staff transition. And so again, with an agency that has a very small funding base and therefore competitive pay to market is always a challenge, and a remote location, recruitment challenges are going to be inherent. They're difficult enough for agencies that are better funded and in larger metropolitan areas. So you're not unique to this, but it's perhaps acute in a setting such as yours. A limited access, to, community and community services, lack of facilities and storage, and, climate-related vulnerabilities, certainly. Um, with regard to opportunities, and this was a big area of discussion in the strategic plan, was grant funding opportunities and properly resourcing, being able to go after those grants once those grants are awarded, making sure that the grant spenders, i.e. the capital and operational folks who are spending the grant money, are properly connected to finance so that they're tracking things and then doing the external reporting to the grant agencies and keeping on tabs on all of it. It's a lot of work, but it's necessary to be able to leverage your local sources of funding. And when you do go to your constituents and customers, you want to be able to share with them when you ask them for either a tax measure or a rate adjustment that you have done all that you can and you're making a very significant effort towards going after grant dollars. So that's really important. Again, the Measure A revenue enhancement, that is really a critical stabilizer. It's not a fix-all for your financial situation, but it certainly buys you some time to then be able to develop other strategies to help create a longer-term financial stability to adequately fund your services to your constituents and customers. Renewable energy opportunities remain in play. Conservation initiatives where appropriate, and mutual aid partnerships, which Nick has done such a great job at being a part of and helping to marshal. In terms of threats, outside challenges, fuel delivery disruptions, facilities security vulnerabilities, increasing regulations, litigation exposure is always there, wildfire risk for sure, drought impacts. Again, this year probably not because it's an El Nino year, but we have very, very wet and we have very, very dry years. We're seeing that more and more. And again, cybersecurity threats, which can be very significant. I had shared with Chris and the board that we had a neighboring water district that was held ransom, and they had to pay off the ransom folks who were holding their IT system ransom in Bitcoin. So it's a serious issue, and it's out there, and especially I think, frankly, with more cloud-based applications, as that seems to be the trend away from locally hosted software solutions, that there's just increased complexity and vulnerability out there. In terms of emerging issues and community trends, it was a real education for me to understand some of the changing demographics in your area and within your jurisdictional boundaries. There's an increase in year-round population. Remote worker migration. I think you have one on your board who I think is wearing a bow tie, if I can see correctly. So that's part of a trend, and it's not going to stop. So even though there is this trend back to in-person work, I think remote work is going to be with us for the foreseeable future. And so that creates opportunities for some, growth and economic development for your area. Housing and affordability challenges for sure throughout California, and growing service expectations, especially when you have life cycle replacement issues and aging infrastructure. But how do you keep service levels at something that is acceptable or even meets and exceeds expectations for your customers and your constituents? With regard to fire and emergency services, short-term rental fire risks, again, that's part of that changeover in terms of what's happening with some of the housing stock in your service area. Healthcare access limitations, for sure. That is a real challenge because of your location. Increased emergency response demand and greater technical rescue needs, aviation activity growth with that wonderful community assets you have in that airport, and mutual aid limitations, again, due to the remote location. And we just touched on it a moment ago, and you'll keep hearing it, about the infrastructure and climate issues, aging infrastructure, life cycle replacement, not a sexy issue, but super critical to be able to, remain viable, and whether it's water, wastewater, or electric. And then, of course, aging materials and supplies that support the fire department in terms of the work that they do. Critical system failure risks. I think it was alluded to during board member comments about the issues of, elevated leak issues with regard to your water mains. Workforce sustainability concerns. You have a wonderful workforce. You want to keep them. You don't want to have them poached from other agencies. And so what things can you do, both financial and non-financial, in terms of job conditions, in order to continue to grow and develop your workforce and to keep them, and not have Shelter Cove RID be just simply a training ground until folks leave to go somewhere else. And with regard to climate change impacts, this continues to be an issue in terms of wet and dry years. You obviously have some significant opportunity, but challenges with being so close to seismic activity and the various impacts that can have. And of course, wildland urban interface issues with regard to wildfire. So those are real challenges and issues that have to be on your radar screen. And of course, regional wildfire exposure as well. So then that serves as a foundation to activate the discussion about a reexamination and an update of your mission statement. And one of the things that we analyzed about the mission statement is it was sort of a list and it was sort of operational, but was it really strategic? So your board put together some sensible updates to your mission statement, and it reads now as follows. Resort Improvement District Number 1 serves as the backbone of the Shelter Cove community by providing essential services, essential utilities, emergency response, and recreation services with a commitment to safety, resilience, and environmental stewardship, enhancing the experience of living in and visiting California's most unique coastal community. It is true that the county has service responsibility, sheriff, code enforcement, land use, but they are, you are remote to county services and county administration, and therefore you are in many ways the first line of response for your customers and constituents, and you also are their advocates with regard to the county and making sure that Shelter Cove is receiving its fair share of resources from county services. So that's the mission statement, and that's why you're the backbone of your community. And then again, working through all of the things that you want to work on as a board and as a staff team, and with support and involvement by constituents and stakeholders in your community. If you do everything right, what does success look like in 10 years? Well, Shelter Cove will only be more of what it already is, which is a thriving and emerging and thriving coastal community where people, nature, and essential services work together to enhance our vibrant, resilient, and exceptional way of life. And as somebody who was a first-time visitor to your community, and I've lived, in different places around the state, it is truly unique and it is very special and it is a real draw. So mission and vision statements, when they're refined, the conversation then becomes a little more focused and easy because everybody's aiming at the same future. And just one last foundational item before we get into the really business portion of your strategic plan. From the discussion of issues, factors, and trends, several key themes and topical areas really emerge that are foundational. Words like reliability, resilience, sustainability, infrastructure renewal. I put this next one in a different color because it's by far the most critical one and time sensitive. Financial stability, workforce development, safety and preparedness, asset management, organizational capacity, community trust, transparency, service excellence, emergency readiness, environmental stewardship, innovation and modernization, adaptability, self-reliance, strategic investment, conservation, collaboration, cybersecurity, and quality of life. These are foundational principles that serve as an underpinning to your strategic plan. And with that, your team put together 4 3-year goals. Number 1, ensure reliable, safe, and resilient utility and emergency response services. And then we'll highlight several of the 1-year objectives under this goal in just a moment. 2, strengthen financial management, organization, and long-term sustainability. That's key. We highlighted in that previous slide, financial sustainability. 3, build an effective and supportive workforce. Your workforce is your backbone to accomplish your goals and objectives and to provide daily operations and maintenance services second to none. And 4, build public trust through communication and transparency. We had an extensive conversation about how important it is for local government agencies to start putting resources behind communication and customer engagement. 1, to build trust, to share your story, because either you tell your story to your customers and constituents or somebody else will tell your story for you, with or without the accurate information and with or without the best of intentions. And we just have to own it. It's no longer a nice to have. It is a must. Also, we talk a lot about succession planning at the staff level. We never talk enough about succession planning at the community leadership level. While it is so wonderful that Mike and Tesha and Wes and Tristan and Jeff have stepped forward to be board members, they can't be board members forever. They have to balance their responsibilities in their lives with their community service. And so you want to continuously have a waiting and growing pool of people who are engaged, educated, enthusiastic about wanting to help be stakeholders to help leave their community better than they found it. So those are the 4 goal areas. And how to activate those goals and bring them to life. So this is sort of the business portion of your plan. And let me see if I can zoom this up just a tad. See if folks can see it a little bit better. There we go. Hopefully that's a little bit better. And of course, I assume this document will live somewhere on your website. So under that, in goal number 1, ensure reliable, safe, and resilient utility and emergency response services. First and foremost will be to develop a request for proposals for system assessment of water and, if time permits, power. And again, of course, all of these are priorities, but remember, you only have so much staff, so much budget, and time to be able to get everything done. And so this chart lays out to where it shows who the lead person is and who's on the team. And the comment is that this RFP would be preparatory to developing a water system master plan where you can really, really plan out the future. And it's to include, the scope will include to investigate next generation meter technology, AMR, for water. Again, so there's some notes there of some more detail. Updating your SCADA system for water and for wastewater are critical so that you have critical telemetry and you have accurate data to be able to understand and operate and maintain your system, and also to make system enhancements for planning. You want to have data-driven decisions. And then as far as the second goal, strengthen financial management, organization, and long-term sustainability. 1, first and foremost, develop strategy and action plan for balancing all of your enterprise funds in your general fund. That is key to everything else that you do and is the highest priority. And so your question, board member Wes, was about how to do cost allocation and to take a look at doing rate planning. That is in support of that objective. And so Chris and the team are working diligently to put those foundational pieces together. Also, updating the employee memorandum of an understanding as you are currently in transition with your current generation MOU. And so several of your team members, are impacted by that. And it goes to, again, recruitment and retention issues and balancing those against financial sustainability. Funding and hiring a full-time grants staff person. The key thing there is to understand that a grants person not only pays for themselves, they're a plus because they bring in far more money than they cost. And so the return on the investment isn't immediate once you hire that person. It takes time for them to build up an institutional knowledge of the organization and the community. But once they have, they're able then, with a full command of what's out there in the state and federal and perhaps even regional funding landscape, they can start to marshal resources and go after these grants to help offset your locally funded sources. And they end up being a huge plus. As an example, we have a person that we just hired who just submitted a $4.6 million application to help gap fund a new well of ours in our service area. So it's time and interest and money well spent. With regard to reviewing district policies to determine if there's any updates needed, you probably have lots of policies that have been in place for a long time and perhaps need to be reviewed due to state and federal law changes, best practice updates. Sometimes there's overprescription of policies that could probably live as an administrative procedure at the staff level versus a board directed policy. So you want to find out where that right mix is. And again, because we talked about the cybersecurity threats and the complexity of your organization, you have specialized software systems that run your utility billing, your fire system, CAD RMS, computer aided dispatch records management system. You have, again, SCADA and other programs that are needed for asset management and work order. You're a complex organization. And so, and then again, with the addition of cloud-based activities, planning for a critical information technology position to support the operations and maintenance of your backbone IT system, both hardware and software, is critical. And it's no longer a nice to have. And so preparatory work will be done that would lead to that. And then as far as goal 3, build an effective and supportive workforce, standardizing the onboarding process and the documentation of positions and procedures for intergenerational knowledge transfer is critical. When you have staff that leave, you want to make sure that there are standard operating procedures, SOPs, that have been well documented, and or even desk manuals, which lay out roles, responsibilities, and key roles by position, by actual position at that level, so that you can facilitate onboarding and intergenerational knowledge transfer among staff. And providing training and professional networking opportunities, including connecting staff to disciplinary professional associations and other resources, because that's how you learn what is a critical issue, what's a best practice, is there a state or federal law change that you need to know about to implement at your area. And how I came to work with you guys was because 3 of your board members, Tesha, Wes, and Jeff, attended a California Special District Association training, Special District Leadership Academy, where we covered a whole host of different issues of concern to help board members be the best, possibly most effective board members that they can be for your community. And so it's been a pleasure getting to know you guys. And of course, Tristan is up next. I look forward to seeing you, Tristan, and Chris early next week. So that will be fantastic. And again, it's also very meaningful that, Tristan, I believe you're in your first term. Is that right? Yeah. So this is a perfect time and for you to, continue to broaden your horizons and expand your knowledge network and your base, and also to network with folks. Networking is so critical in our line of work because all of us are doing a lot of the same things. And so sharing information with each other is key. And again, on this 4th, very critical and emerging area is building public trust through communication and transparency. And how do you go about doing that? You develop an overall strategy on how you're going to engage with the community through multiple channels of communication, both digital, traditional, and including looking at such innovative things like a customer advisory committee. And Tristan and Chris, you will get to meet the chair of our customer advisory committee on Monday evening because they will be joining us. So I'm very excited about that. And of course, and actually, you'll also meet one of my board members who came to the board from our customer advisory committee. So you're going to get a 2-for-1er. You're going to get a 3-for-1er with us. So that'll be great. And again, earlier, I did mention that our eyes are always bigger than our stomach, and we have things that we need to do that really exceed capacity within the first year. So but we want to capture them. So we do create what we call a parking lot so that we can capture these items and revisit them. And these items that are in the parking lot, you're not precluded per se from working on them in year one if the situation dictates that it should be, it's appropriate, and if capacity allows. But generally speaking, these items are, in the parking lot because you're working on all the other things. And, that's a fairly robust strategic plan that we just highlighted for what is a very, very small organization with limited resources. So some of the things that we looked at for the parking lot with regard to goal area 1, again, ensure reliable, safe, and resilient utility and emergency response services, was to look at an RFP for system assessment of water, investigate wastewater treatment protocols. For the goal area 2, create a standalone parks and recreation department organizationally. That is going to take some time, and it needs to be done in a very methodical and thoughtful way with a lot of advanced planning. A critical one for you will be to hire a full-time finance director who has an accounting background. You are a complex organization with a lot of financial issues in terms of complexity. You have several funds, a general fund and 3 enterprise funds. There's an opportunity for cost allocation. There's an opportunity to come up with cost of services studies and looking at how you can properly fund those enterprise funds so that they are stable and that they're adequate. You're going to need a finance person with an accounting background to be able to be the backbone for those critical services and analysis, and working with specialists and subject matter experts to come in and to help you to get that work done, and to remain in compliance with all of the other government accounting standards boards, GADSB requirements and rules that keep on coming down the line. With regard to parking lotting, an item for building an effective and supportive workforce to standardize those onboarding processes for intergenerational knowledge transfer and enhancing community assets that support the quality of life is an entire goal area that you will want to look at into the future. That includes a needs assessment for all district buildings, grounds, facilities, including an asset inventory. And we put excludes airport because airport has its own goal or objective area to complete a feasibility to improve airport finances, operation, and capital. Very much something that ought to be looked at, but because there are some higher priority items right now that need your attention, it's in the parking lot. So these were some of the takeaways from our 2 days together as you developed your strategic plan. These were some comments. RID has a well-rounded board with a specific agenda. A lot of optimism was expressed. Very excited to see the mission statement updated and the addition of a vision statement. Secondly, while you do have a long way to go, now there's a pathway to get there. Excited to see the alignment between the board and the staff. Nice to have this time and connection with the board as a staff member. This was from a staff comment. They liked being able to help plan out the future of the district as a stakeholder with the board. They were excited to see a plan in place. And knowing this ahead of this process, it will be a long time for the board, the staff, and the constituents to see results. Hoping that people will have patience and keep the big picture focus, because that's what a strategic plan is all about. And we will need to live in two worlds. That is to say, the world of here and now and providing top quality services to your customers and constituents, but at the same time, planning out the future of tomorrow's Shelter Cove RID. And if an opportunity pops up, we'll pull items out of the parking lot. One participant had high expectations ahead of the strategic planning retreat. Working with a facilitator improved the process. This 2-day retreat exceeded expectations, and we now have a plan to move forward. Pleased with the strong board. Appreciate shifting to a proactive stance as opposed to just being reactive. It is understood that we will need to spend money to make money. Appreciated staff's involvement to help that board member better understand the issues and their perspectives. And this plan highlights the need for outside resources. Looking forward to enlisting the outside help to strengthen Shelter Cove's capacity to move the organization forward, and I'll add onward and upward. And next, arriving at an agreement through discussion and looking forward beyond next year and future years has been great. One participant understands that running a public agency is not like running a private business. Appreciated the time together for team building, appreciated having a plan, and feels like positive movement forward, even though there will be tough stuff ahead. This board has had challenges, just like every board, but this process has demonstrated that there are many more common interests in furthering our ID in the community than differences. This process has strengthened alignment. And one board, echoing the sentiments of the entire board, appreciated the staff preparatory work involved in streamlining the strategic planning process itself and appreciated the teamwork involved. And finally, the final comment was that we have a lot of work ahead and advocating and educating the community will be critical. Follow through will be key. And to that end, as part of follow through, we looked at this infographic, which is we have come to the conclusion that a strategic plan is not worth the paper it's printed on if it is not properly resourced and funded to be implemented. And so when we talk about a budget, a total budget that is prepared and brought to your board, it's really made up of two major buckets of items. One is by far the biggest bucket, which is ongoing operations, maintenance, and capital that funds your services day in and day out. But also a critical bucket are your strategic planning items, to which Chris highlighted the portion of your budget that is directly attributable to implementing this plan, because it does take resources, i.e. staff time, extra help, consultants, others, to help implement the work that needs to be done over and above daily operations, maintenance, and capital of your district that are designed to help take your organization to the next level. So if you don't connect strategic planning to your budget process, there's a broken link there. And that's where a lot of organizations that do strategic planning go wrong, is they don't connect and integrate strategic planning into their annual budgeting process. And so it's thought that you will, as is a best practice, start to kick off your annual cycle of your budgeting for next year by developing your strategic plan so that the staff has marching orders from you, the board, as to what should be included in that budget to be presented back at your first budget workshop. And monitoring and accountability back to the board and to the community is key for success. So a best practice will be quarterly reporting, where there's a quarterly update of your strategic plan on your board agenda, either on consent calendar or presented by staff. So this is the typical cycle. You are all on a July 1, June 30th budget year. So typically what would happen is in January of each year, you start to develop your strategic plan and you do some stakeholder engagement. Each year that we have done our strategic plan in the agency I'm currently working with, we keep growing the planning circle. First it was just the board and key staff, and that was appropriate to kind of get this thing going. But in future years, we hope to see folks who perhaps maybe are on this Zoom screen who are constituents come and participate. Because at the end of the day, the staff, we're just the hired help, and board members are constituents and customers, but they're customer representatives. But all the customers, it's your district. You own it. So be a stakeholder in helping to run it in whatever limited way you have the bandwidth to do. And no one should be turned away if you want to participate and help be thought partners to help develop consensus. So I hope that in future years, your planning circle will continue to grow. And of course, you got to feed people. If you're going to ask people to show up, feed them and tell them how much you appreciate them and the time that they're giving to you and back to the community. And make it a pleasurable experience. And I think we can all agree it really was a really joyful experience to be together and to help think through some of the opportunities and challenges and how to come up with solutions and strategies to create a way forward. And as far as second quarter goes, you actually develop the draft strategic plan, and then you finalize it along with the budget in July. And then you start to execute and you monitor and track progress. So with that, that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Chris and I and the whole team there, the superintendents and program leads are available to answer any questions or comments that you have. It has been an absolute pleasure to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. That was a great presentation. Any questions, comments from the board?
I'll give a comment. Hillary, thanks for taking the time to help our community.
It's a pleasure and a privilege.
Yeah, thanks, Hillary. Look forward to seeing you next week. So,
You bet.
Yes, I'd just like to echo our gratitude. It was definitely a different experience than we've had before in the past when coming up with a strategic plan. And your time and staff time is deeply appreciated. So I just want to say thank you so much, and hopefully we'll be able to stay on track. I did have one quick question. I saw reference to attachment B. Will that?
That was just a slide deck that we went through at the presentation, so I did include it here. So theoretically, you should have it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. And then that will also be online?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to clarify that. Other than that, I think this is very thorough, and like you said before, it's not very glamorous, but it does lay out the necessary foundation so we can move forward in a fiscally responsible manner. Thank you.
Hillary, I want to say thank you. All your time and effort is much appreciated. Hopefully we can take this and move this district forward in a much better path. But thanks again. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
All right, and also I just want to clarify, we kind of pushed this item a little bit ahead on the agenda so that Hillary can make a flight a little bit later. There will be an action item later in the meeting to formally approve the strategic plan. This is just a discussion part of it.
Right. Yeah, this is the requested action will be at whatever appropriate time in your agenda to approve this plan and direct that those objectives that are involved in hiring staff and or outside resources and hard costs be included in your budget.
No public comment or no?
Sure.
Any public comment on this topic for our strategic plan? Will be coming up again later for action item. No? Okay. Anybody else? No?
Anyone online, Chris?
Nobody online with a comment.
Thanks, Hillary.
Thanks so much, everybody, and just look forward to staying in touch and supporting you and your team as you move forward.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See you next week.
See you next week. Bye.
Okay. We'll move on to correspondence discussion item number 2, director's reports. I did the agenda setting meeting. Yeah. Next. No? Wes? Oh, we did, oh, that's right. We can't talk about that. Wes, go ahead.
Confused.
I'm not.
Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
I think that one of the things that I've been talking with the nonprofits and about the 4th of July and keeping it going and setting it going. And with Scopoa, doing the cleanup fund, I think it's huge. Tesha, thanks for pointing it out. And it really is your drive that kind of got this whole fund going because of the trash and the cul-de-sacs. So that being said, a fundraiser, I think we're doing something about it on the 13th, I think Arlen said. So please, everyone come out because we really need your help and maybe we can make a dent in some of the trash and abandoned vehicles and everything else we got going.
So that's the 13th of August because we're already at the of September. Okay.
September.
Let the summer be done.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's September.
Yeah, I don't have much to report. I'm just going to the leadership training, so on Sunday with Chris, so be back on Wednesday.
Yeah, I get actually it's funny that you had mentioned BLM in the restrooms. That was one of the main comments that I heard a couple of different times is about how good the restrooms look. I was like, that was actually BLM. So yeah, but folks generally really enjoyed the 4th of July celebration. And then of course, we've been doing labor relation talks for the last couple of weeks as well.
All right.
Anything else? No? Okay, roll on. Public comment? Public comment? No? All right, we'll move on. Humboldt County correspondence. We got anybody, Chris?
I have to talk before you do this. I want to say something. You're talking about the action item 1.
No, we haven't got to that yet.
No, not yet.
Yeah, no, not yet.
This is just our general monthly correspondence discussion item, Humboldt County
Yeah.
correspondence. I did reach out to the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office to see if they wanted to provide a report, but I did not get confirmation that they would attend. I don't think that they are online. But I did notice, regarding Humboldt County Services, I did notice they painted the white lines on the roads yesterday, so that's nice.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't have any correspondence related.
Okay. So we'll just move on from that one. Unless anyone's got any comments. No? Public comment? No. All right, we'll move on. Correspondence discussion item number 4.
Yeah, so this be a little bit change of mood here. We're honoring part-time office clerk custodian Deborah Van Noy. As most have already heard, we recently lost a valued member of the Resort Improvement District team. Deborah Van Noy began working for RID in April of 2020. She performed various duties over the years, including working in the office. Her most recent position was custodian, primarily at the Shelter Cove Community Clubhouse. When Deborah entered the room, you knew it. No shrinking violet, she was genuinely and boisterously interested in everyone's health and family and wanted to hear about all of it. She had a huge heart and a kind, mothering spirit. Deborah loved Shelter Cove, though she liked to complain about the rain and fog, and spent a lot of her time attending fundraisers and giving back to the neighbors and community she loved so much. Deborah enjoyed children, doted on her dogs, and most of all, she adored her family fiercely. Our deepest condolences are with her beloved husband, Tim, and son, Justin, during this difficult time. All Deborah's co-workers at RID would like to express our gratitude for the time that she was here to lighten the mood, give us goofy nicknames, a bit of teasing and positive encouragement. We'd like to express our deep sadness at her untimely passing. Thanks for always making us laugh, Deborah. You left the world way too soon, but we won't soon forget you. Just ask for a moment of silence.
If we may have a moment of silence. Thank you, everyone. Does anyone on the board have anything to add?
Good person. I liked her a lot. I miss her.
I would just like to say, what I appreciated the most about Deborah was her candor and her down-to-earth honesty. You always knew where you stood with her. And so that is something that I really value. And she also had a special way of making people smile around her. And just that, she was on your side, on your team. So, yeah, her laughter and her sense of humor and her dedication to the Shelter Cove community is deeply missed and will be a void. And our condolences to her family. This was definitely unexpected. And we miss you, Deborah. Thank you.
Yeah, it's hard when you lose an employee, friend, member of the community. She will be missed deeply. Anybody else? My last one? Yeah. Guess we can go to public comment. Anybody got anything on this topic? No? Chris, you got anything else? Anybody online?
No.
Okay, we move on. Okay, action item number 1. Approved letter to the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors and Sheriff's Office and law and code enforcement concerns in Shelter Cove. Chris?
Yes, so background purpose of this action item is to approve the attached letter to the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors and Sheriff's Office regarding law and code enforcement concerns in Shelter Cove. This stems from a public comment made at last month's regular board meeting, plus other public comments made in the past expressing concern about the prevalence of property code violations for the taking today. So I'm not going to read the letter, but it's attached. I know I did talk with, spoke with Michelle Bushnell, supervisor, earlier this week about it, and she said she may be able to attend. Maybe she's technical difficulties. So, is there any comments or questions on the letter?
So she's not online?
Not currently, no.
So I had some edits I sent to you, Chris. Most of them were not really substantive, just trying to make some grammatical adjustments and stuff. I did, though, add in a paragraph kind of in between the last 2 paragraphs that sort of added to the kind of strengthened the request and made it so that it was a little bit more urgent, because I think that it is a relatively urgent issue, and not speaking necessarily to the facts of this particular situation, but the stuff that has been brought up and the response from the county, I think, has been extremely disappointing, and I think that we need to get something more besides kind of just a shrug and a look away, as Mr. Bauer was saying, that we can't just be ignored. And we do make up a relatively significant amount of the taxes for the county for our size, and I think that that we do need to do that. And I don't know, because I'm not willing to approve this letter as it is, and I would like the board to discuss my edits, but I don't know if it makes sense to read that or how we should go about that, because I also don't want to wait another month to go over it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the full board received the edits. I maybe printed it out, passed it out.
They did discuss it and approve as edited, recommended.
So I guess that would mean, I would like to know what
Right, of course.
what the edits were.
I could read, but there are some good grammatical changes. I approve the paragraph you're talking about. I could read it, an additional paragraph in the letter towards the end. One thing too is I had removed some of the names in the letter, in your version included the names, but I'm not gonna read the names. The only name included in the letter is actually the public commenter name, Mary Jo Aiken.
Yeah.
Only name I had in the letter.
Great.
So I will go ahead and read that the paragraph you added in. He said, however, okay, I'll read the previous paragraph and then transition to it. As residents of a remote and isolated community in this expansive county, we acknowledge the limitations on services. We appreciate the county's position and understand the necessity to collaborate. As a fellow governing body, we empathize with the daunting tasks of maintaining and improving public services. Here's the additional paragraph. However, that is no excuse for law enforcement to ignore threats and attacks made against our residents, especially when those attacks could involve discharging a firearm at a private citizen. This repeated, violent, and unprovoked behavior is exactly the reason that the sheriff's department exists. It is disheartening to hear that our residents and board staff can be repeatedly threatened, attacked, injured with documentable injuries, and shot at while the local police do not even have the time or interest to investigate. An individual in a more populated area with this many incidents over such a short period of time would have already been deemed a threat to themselves and others. That's the additional paragraph.
I like it. I honestly kind of wish the end of the letter was at the beginning. I don't know if people, how sometimes you lose interest as you read through the letter, but I do think the letters need to be more strongly worded and not apologetic. We do need to be asking, the county for services. Otherwise, we are not going to get them. So I really appreciate the added paragraph last. I think it's to the point.
Chris, could you, so we still don't have Michelle Krishna?
She texted me that she wants to make a public comment.
I do see her name in the list now. I also wanted to add too that, I don't know if anyone on the staff reached out directly to the sheriff's office to get their take on what happened and their response. So that is something we don't have that side of the story, in other words.
Is there a report?
We would have to do a public records request, but we could do that for a report.
I think as the letter stands, maybe with that added paragraph, although I don't know if there was a police report made in regards to the discharge of firearms, and so I'm kind of wondering if we should add that.
Well, that's the point, and maybe I didn't write it very well, is that if we're reporting that someone is shooting at someone else, it should be looked into rather than send us a photo or we're not going to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's the concern.
Yeah.
I don't know whether or not these things happened, but if we're reporting these things as incidents to the sheriff's office, like if I can just go ahead and shoot at anybody, and as long as they're not taking a picture, then that's okay. That seems wrong.
Yeah.
Well, the guy just, public comment, just talking about how his house got shot at 5 times. So yeah, it could be hearsay, but to us, that's what we're reporting.
Yeah, and I mean, living in Shelter Cove, if I hear a gunshot, I hear people yelling, I want someone to respond. Like, that's just the end of it, Yeah, that's it. I mean, in my point of view.
And if we have people that are getting injured where they, are clearly missing parts of their hair, then the sheriff needs to investigate that. We need to know what the issue is there and what the situation is.
I guess my one comment is, do you feel that we need to run this by legal?
I don't think a letter.
Okay, no, I just, not want to step on the toe.
I see, Nick.
Whenever you guys are doing this, have a quick comment.
I did write up a little statement on just to voice how I'm feeling about things, and I guess I'll do that now. If Humboldt County Code Enforcement and the Sheriff's Office were adequately enforcing existing laws and ordinances within Shelter Cove, there would be no need for this letter. More importantly, our community would not continue to face preventable threats such as increased fire risk, raw sewage entering our waterways, hazardous materials violations, and unsafe living conditions associated with the unpermitted structures that fail to comply with both RID and county codes. For nearly 20 years, the district has worked through the proper channels to encourage a stronger code enforcement and law enforcement presence within our community. We have funded officer trainings, subsidized housing for resident deputies on multiple occasions, and yet those efforts have produced little lasting improvement, with the notable exception of Sheriff Tom Ullman's tenure. Shelter Cove property owners pay property taxes that are comparable to those paid by the residents of, I believe, Fortuna. And yet the level of services we receive from Humboldt County remains inadequate. What we need is not higher taxes. What we need is for Humboldt County to prioritize Shelter Cove and provide the services in line with the tax revenue our community contributes. And we are not asking for special treatment. We're only for the level of enforcement and public safety services to which we are justly entitled to. And while I understand maybe with this one particular issue, we should have reached out to Humboldt County Sheriff, but I feel like that's what we're doing now. And this isn't going to come this isn't going to be a surprise, I don't believe, to the Sheriff's Department. This has been an ongoing issue for a really long time, and our community is tired of it. And quite frankly, as a board member, I'm tired of it as well. We've worked really hard to build relationships. I know general managers in the past have attempted to build those relationships up, and it still seems like we're constantly put on the back burner. Willow Creek just received 2 deputies. We're seeing millions of dollars go to Humboldt Planning and Building while we, with very little of code enforcement out here. And so it's time for a change.
Thank you. That was great. Anybody else?
I'd like to hear from Michelle Bush now.
Yeah.
Well, I think she said that she's just going to speak as public comment. Yeah. I like what you said there, and I think maybe some of that belongs in the letter as well.
Or the next letter.
Or the next letter.
We should keep addressing the situation.
I have a feeling this is going to be an ongoing, because we have other code enforcement issues happening right now. So this will be ongoing. I have a feeling.
Yeah, and I just wonder, I know when the cannabis, all that was happening, and there were grows in people's yards, and they were really able to stamp it out, immediately what tactic they used that can't be used with.
Yeah, we created, Shelter Cove created its own ordinance. And so I guess that kind of helped. But again, our ordinances have to be strong enough with teeth.
I mean,
And
it's
that's Humboldt County needs to help us with that.
Because Humboldt County has to be the team.
So while we can do letters,
that's what I mean, is there were huge grows in everyone's backyard almost. I mean, once you got above the fog line, and that is not existent anymore. Wild how quick it worked. Yeah, so I guess that's my question is, what did they do that made that just so easy for the county to, yeah.
So I feel like we need more, we can write letters of abatement, we can put liens on properties, but that doesn't really have a lot of teeth. And so we need to somehow, with the county, come up with a way to make sure that we're paying these taxes. And so we need code enforcement in the Humboldt County Sheriff's Department to be more responsive.
All right. We're done. We go to public comment.
Well, I think we have staff.
Quick comment. I've been here, as Tesha said, I think that was well worded to summarize kind of where I was going. We need to be very careful on looking too far into individual reports and how the law enforcement follows up with those reports, or the larger level of the services that we're getting at the board level. For me, and I've brought it up before, having that public safety side and going through, Mr. Bowers said with Tom Alden, a very specific example of how Tom would handle it within a couple hours. I do believe personally that our general patrol deputies are doing what they can. They're patrolling a large area, right? They're doing a Southern Humboldt patrol. The solution has to come from Shelter Cove specifically and what programs we can get and getting the sheriff and our supervisors at the table. Redway went through a similar problem with their homeless encampments a couple years ago. They had a couple catalyst fires that were like, hey, the community's fed up with it. What can we do? And they don't have a board like we do, so it was their fire district that ran that. And they were able to get Sheriff Wansel down. Michelle Bushnell was a huge part of getting that plan implemented. And they have seen it in the street fires. We just had a fire yesterday from a code enforcement issue, huge burn pile in the middle of a cold snap. That everybody that lives here that should know that's not okay to fly. I've brought up numerous times where we've had relatively minor crimes that stem from people on improved unpermitted lots and buildings and structures. We have the documentation. Myself, Bud and Brian, when they were here, we went around and audited every lot, on every little code enforcement thing, gave it to them to help them out. So finding those solutions to say it's not just on the county all the time. Our idea is shown that we'll help and we'll be partners in pretty much any program the county's struggling to implement, both with fuel reduction, code enforcement, whatever. So having that actual meeting here with those players and saying, hey, we're going to write as many letters, but if we want to have that meeting, setting a date and time and coming up with a solution for it, I think is a step that's already been shown across the whole work. But we do need to be careful and not, I don't want to say criticizing the local law enforcement, but the higher up program of how Shelter Cove works, how Shelter Cove control, and coming up with a solution and a plan to that. And I think that's something we can actually, as Hillary was saying, it has to be smart, right? So we have to find an actual tangible thing that we can follow up on. Tell the community these are our steps, this is the timeline, and actually come up with that. Or else we're just something that's been going on for years. So and I'll whatever part of that you guys need fire department.
Well, I have to agree with you, everything you just said, Nick, and I think that it really starts with Tom Almond. I mean, it's proven it worked.
And he was the top of the top, so we gotta find someone.
But we still need someone because we know that worked, right? So it's really, that's the one catalyst we know works. We need a cop that really is like a Tom Almond. You're not gonna replace him. It's who he is. But that's what we need. The community needs another, live-in, at least a sheriff that's here regularly, not every once in a while.
I do know I can speak to the sheriff and what he would say. It's easier said than done right now. Tom was great. We got him kind of by half the stance and it worked out for the time it worked out. But is there a plan moving forward to work back up towards that? They have patrol, not officers, but they have like community patrol folks. They have a program like that in other areas. We just don't know what's going on up there. We're kind of disconnected from it. And I think that what's going on in the community now has to be that catalyst for us to start asking those questions. Same thing as our wildfires or our big high profile rescues. We have those conversations afterwards. But we just had that with what happened up on Wood, and we need to follow up with it and come up with a plan. And as before, we can say, hey, this is what we work with. Out letter.
So then what do you think of this letter we have right now? Do you think we should rework it, or?
I think it's gotta be a start, but maybe throw something in there where the RID wants to meet and set up, it can't be a full committee, but set up for a group or a working group with the GM, one of the board members, myself, whoever wants to be a part of it to meet and start working forward with us. That. Okay. And it's gonna be financial, it's gonna be, it might not be as quick as we want it, but we'll have that process laid out and might have some time frame. Because as Tesha said, we've done that. We sent an officer through the academy. We've done rent for them. Like, the fire department guys don't get rent in their house. So we've gone above and beyond trying to entice an officer out here to our level. But it hasn't happened in a little bit. We have been disconnected with what's going on with that program.
I think it also goes back to, and I do appreciate when law enforcement does come out and patrol. But I think it also goes back to the response that community members are receiving from law enforcement when they do try to reach out for help. And that is, their responses, in my opinion, are inadequate. Like, to say that there's nothing that they can do or they need pictures. Just seems very, it doesn't leave a good taste in community members, hearts probably. And, we've had code enforcement online. We've had, when we've discussed certain code enforcements, and to hear that, there's nothing that they can do with somebody being on their property when there's obvious hazardous waste is very disheartening. And so I think it's just time that we, at least start with a letter and then move forward from there.
And look into what we can do with the grid as well.
Yes.
We might have more keys that we don't know.
And we may need to go back to that writing, putting liens on properties. We are already making code complaints continuously on behalf of the district, and then also helping community members follow up on their code complaints. So I feel like we are doing that. We just haven't been putting liens on people's property real recently. That was taking up a lot of staff time and some money back in the day. So it might be something that we need to relook at in doing again, implementing again. But anyway, thank you.
All your waste, where's it? That's the first issue. The second issue is it's law.
But living in an unpermitted shack.
So if we're all done, we can go to public comment. Chris?
Yeah, we can go to public comment. Michelle, would you like to make a comment first?
I would. I want to confirm you guys can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Chris for bringing this to my attention. I think it's very helpful for me when I know these things are going on. Secondly, I want to concur with what your fire chief said. I don't agree with this letter only because you haven't tried another avenue, which would be to have a meeting with the sergeant in that area and with the sheriff, who I did inform this was coming forward. I think that it's really important that those lines of communication stay open before, and that you try those avenues previous to doing, a letter like this. It's very simple to call me and say, can we set up a meeting? It also is, the same can happen with the sheriff. I understand people's concerns, but I do think it's really important that we get the entire story and what happened. And then also, I wanted to respond to the comment of RID folks pay the same amount of taxes as Fortuna. That is maybe true, but those monies, the county gets the same amount of money from every single resident. We don't get more from Fortuna. We don't get more from the RID folks. You get the money for the increase in tax because you have a district out there. Additionally, I also think that some of the CCNRs with the Shelter Cove properties are things that can be enforced by the RID and haven't been done. And I think that needs to be a collaboration with code enforcement. Is separate from the sheriff's department. They do not work in the same office. They do not have the same budget line items. But I do agree with all the concerns that I've heard, and I would hope that that I could help facilitate a meeting with either code enforcement, if that is one of your issues, which it sounds like it is, also with the sheriff and the sergeant that runs that area. I'm happy to help. I did that in Redway, as you heard your fire chief talk about. It worked really well, and there was a lot of action that happened. I'll reference to last summer, there was only one fire in that Dean Creek area, and that was because of the direct correlation with getting everybody in the same room, talking about it, open lines of communications. Anyways, I'm always happy to help, but I do have to know that it's going on so that I can help. And I really, that's why I'm here. Thank you for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you.
I have a comment. Is Michelle still on there?
Yes.
Michelle, please listen to it again.
Excuse me, I can't hear you.
I just asked if you would listen to my comment. I'm Mary Jo AB. I was here last month complaining about Christine Rose. I was attacked by her.
Yeah.
My hair out. A couple hours after they sent a sheriff's officer to my house. He talked to me, never talked to Christine Rose. Now, Fred Meyer that was here in the beginning, he was shot at by her. He lives across the street from her. And he ran into his house and called 911 and they asked if he had a picture of her with a gun. He said, no, I was running for my life. They said, well, I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do. She shot at him again. He called again. He was made the victim. A sheriff never came out for 2 different incidents of gunshots. The other day, Christine Rose is mentally ill, and if you follow any of the posts on Facebook, you'll see multiple people saying that about her, that they've dealt with her. She videotapes in people's houses that's not on their property. 2 days ago, my husband was coming home from work, driving down top. She was stopped in the middle of the road, in the lane, with her car running, filming into Chris and Wendy's Ball's house. And my husband stops and says, what are you doing? Quit hassling these people. And then they have words, and my husband leaves. And Christine Tyre somehow gets popped, and she calls the sheriff. Okay, for a pop tire, they sent 2 sheriff's cars to my house because she said my husband did it. Drove up so fast that I thought, God, would we murder somebody? 2 sheriffs for a pop tire. How many sheriffs are in Southern Humboldt that they sent 2 to Shelter Cove? But no one for a gunshot.
So for one thing, I don't know the situation entirely, and those 911 calls are recorded, so we can play them back to see what was said. And I know this is a serious situation. I'm happy to facilitate any kind of meeting and talk with the deputies, and to talk with the sheriff, which I had told Chris. But I have to know that it's happening, and no, this is the first time. I don't troll Facebook. I don't have time. And that's not the way I communicate with people in the job as supervisor. My phone number is out there. Call me anytime. My email's out there. I'm happy to help with any situation that I can, but I have to know about it. And I really, once again, thank Chris for letting me know. And I did let the sheriff know he's out of town right now. But I think it's really important that we have those lines of communication also with your statement that, you says she's mentally ill. I don't know that, but there are other means that can happen to get people help and to try to help the situation that are more than just the sheriff. But thank you so much. I really appreciate knowing about this, and I will try to facilitate a meeting with the sheriff out there. I'm gonna talk to him about it and get him out there so that the board can talk to him.
May I ask you one more question?
I don't want to monopolize the board, so this is completely up to the board chair. Please call me. I'm happy to talk to you one-on-one.
Yeah, just like the sheriff response. They just blow you off.
Ma'am, I'm not blowing you off. This is an agendized.
More public comment.
Tristan, would you please give her my phone number and she can call me?
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Read? I think also in the letter, it should say, document that these keep on elevating. It just keeps on getting worse, and so you analyze that as a kid that killed a squirrel. Next, what is he killing? And you can see the pattern of it getting worse. So that should be stated in the letter. And about the code enforcement, I have a person on my street where every time I call the code enforcement, he adds a trailer to it. So 4 times he has 4 trailers. And who is in charge of code enforcement now? How many turnovers have there been in the last 3 years? Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
There was a commenter online, I'm not sure of the name, it was acronym WB. Do you have a comment? WB, not sure who that is. Comment online? No? Okay.
Yeah, it's Wendy Ball. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, it's Wendy Ball. And I am just a little shocked that Michelle's not supporting your letter. Please send that letter. It's been 2 years. If she's out of the loop, I'm sorry, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been happening. And Michelle, I sent you an email and asked you if you wanted to go have coffee so I could give you a little bit of background on what's going on. It's appalling to me that nothing has been dealt with. I'm going to do another restraining order because that's what the sheriffs tell me I have to do in order for them to be able to do their jobs. A 69-page form that I'll have to drive to Eureka and have to make 3 trips up to Eureka, which I did last February, and they dropped the ball on me. But I'm willing to do it again for Mary Jo. But I'm just appalled, Todd and I listening here at the coffee shop, to Michelle saying that, asking you to not send that letter. We're begging you to send that letter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Anybody else online? No?
Well, there was one other comment from Autumn. Thanks, Madam Supervisor, for your attention and time today.
Okay. What do we want to do, board?
Well, I think the letter reformulated. It's a position letter. It has to be put in for the record of what's going on. Is it premature? Well, I think the letter and communication with the sheriff's department, code, whatever, that needs to take place, like Nick said. But I also think it needs to be on record, and the only way it's gonna be on record is if we put a letter in there.
Is there another public comment online? I see a hand raised. Anyone online? No. Wendy Ball, do you have another comment?
Yeah, I just, again, like I said, I was here at work and I missed the Humboldt County update. Did the sheriff, did he attend the meeting today? With all that he knows is going on here, did he attend today's meeting?
No, there was no Humboldt County Sheriff.
All right, so that's exhibit A on how much he cares about what's going on, because it's been a tumultuous couple months, and I just feel like he should lean into these meetings. He might learn a lot.
To be fair, Sheriff Hansel was not notified that this was happening at this meeting until, I think, right before by Michelle Bushnell. So just for clarification on that. I think that, looking at this letter, I don't find this letter very contentious, and it is going on the record. Again, I feel like we have exhausted a lot of avenues, but I am looking forward to, along with this letter, also setting up a meeting with Michelle Bushnell and with her supervisor and Sheriff Hansel and the lead of the code enforcement, of which I'm not sure who that is.
Isn't it John Ford?
Well, I think it has to be a two-pronged approach.
It's going to be a multiple prong. So anyway, but I do appreciate, Michelle, your weighing in on this and for your time. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the letter should, I think that there needs to be, a request for a meeting in the letter. So I would like to see that added to it. And I think, and it can go kind of in the last paragraph where you're requesting, the deputy sheriff and moving towards that and requesting a specific meeting. I don't know if it makes sense to propose some dates, but, just trying to get that ball rolling with an actual action item.
What if we rework this and then have a special meeting next week?
I won't be around next week, and you'll be at.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
and
gone
so
too.
Chris, so I'm not sure next week works.
A quick solution in my head to help you guys out. So you guys can direct staff to draft a letter. Chris can write it from the GM, which would not require a board vote, right? Then we follow up with that meeting, the request for the meeting that would involve the board. So he could say at board's direction, I'm writing this letter to show that it's coming from you guys. That way he can edit it as he sees fit without it being something, it will be operational and not something that would need to be done at the board level. And he can request that meeting as well, that you guys can be involved in.
Yeah, and incorporate some of the changes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess my only problem is like I do agree with Michelle. I mean, I feel like whenever we've called her or yeah, being part of the whole Redway encampment thing, I mean, she really does like. I mean, I feel like calling her, keeping these direct lines open. I like the idea of a letter, but I also like the idea of Chris, you calling and putting together the meeting and really like, and maybe we can do both. I don't know, but I really like the idea of like not just like always sending things out like, hey, how can we work together? And right now we just talked to Michelle. Now the sheriff county or the Humboldt sheriffs know, like, let's just like keep that going. Like, people are aware. So like, okay, can we just pin down a time now? That's just my opinion. I mean, if you guys want to send off the letter, that's fine. But
I have to add to that. This is exactly what we've been asking for. More communication with the board of supervisors and everything that we're talking about. And she just opened the door huge for us. So we need to do this. So I have to agree with Michelle. She's engaged. She wants to help us. And how can she help if we don't inform her that we need her help? Again, she's a very busy person too, but the door's open. So let's do that. And do the two-prong approach. I think that the letter is just as important.
Was that the correspondence for the last 2 months? He would have known.
Yes, he hasn't shown up last month or this month either.
I'd like to defend Chris. I've seen the emails to both Supervisor Bushnell and the sheriff and the lieutenant when the person was threatening us and staff as well, including Supervisor Bushnell. However, I do defend her that she has a ton of stuff going on in District 2. And so this specific thing, when it came to the last couple of weeks, maybe that was not communicated that this was going to get to this level. However, this ongoing problem has been going on for 2 years, and it started with threats on the fire department, the GM, and the supervisor. And we have records of those emails. And so I do agree with her following up, keeping it relevant. I don't know if it made it all the way up to Sheriff Hansel's level, but I know Chris was sending that to the local sergeant. And we were asking for legal, like, what do we do on this? How do we file a sheriff's complaint when we're getting threatened? And so I think it has hit that top level to where everything is yes, right? We need to have the meeting, the letter's documentation, right? Making sure that the letter is not us just complaining, then there's solutions, there's avenues to it. And so I think making it not contentious is a good idea. It's not just, torches and pitchforks from the RID board. But the community wants that. I do think, what Harlan just said is big too, is calling in, showing that they support, to give them an easy Zoom that they can delegate down to. Speaking for my guys, if I'm not here, I delegate to Jack. If he's not here, he delegates to the TC just to show that we are trying to do our best. If they had a call today, then yeah, that's a good excuse not to make it. But it is on our community to say, we feel like we're being a little bit left out. And it doesn't matter if we are or not, that's how the community feels. It's a perception thing, right? They feel that we're not doing the correct job of wildfire preparedness. It doesn't matter if I have all the receipts that say we are. Something I'm doing wrong is saying that they don't feel that I'm doing that. And so that is something good to take note of as well, that kind of what the community feels at this point, regardless of what the information is and what the evidence is out there. And so we need to try and do a little bit better job to show, hey, we want you guys to feel like you're being heard, even if they're doing things and we could get a resident deputy and then somebody says, oh, he didn't show up and he was off doing another call, right? So, but I do think we need to start with that meeting, that the board needs to discuss who wants to be involved with that. If it's one or two or multiple, and then Chris and I can facilitate that too. I have to follow up with the one that just happened, because that is a major code enforcement, environmental, fire safety. It checks all the boxes and it's not connected to the one that's going up top.
Yeah, but you just made a comment that, it happened to you guys, and that was 2 years ago on the day.
We have that, yeah.
And we're still not any closer. So again, the concerted effort, and that's why I like the letter, because it's a position statement and it's on the record, but it's already on the record and we're still not getting love. So we need to change that, the approach. The approach has to be if Michelle Bushnell gives us the door opening, at least the door's open, let's take it.
And follow up and have it be measurable, right? What's our response to this and how we're going to.
Well, but also let's be proactive, not reactive. And right now we're more reactive. The community's being reactive. We need to be proactive if we're going to get anything accomplished, get anything achievable. we've got to address, and how can we make it like a Tom Holland?
Well, and this stuff is happening now.
Yes.
Right? The group that's
Yes.
up there and dealing with that, Wendy and her family and Mary Jo and their family, that needs to be addressed now.
Yes.
And there's a long-term
Right.
problem with the code enforcement. So there's a bunch of different problems with different timelines that we need to keep our finger on the pulse of each one of those timelines.
Yep, I agree.
And some of it's outside my purview as fire chief. It's a law enforcement issue. We're gonna do what we can. We're gonna patrol on the fire safety side and the community safety. We have no enforcement on law enforcement or when people call 911. If it's not a fire, rescue, or medical, our hands are tied. We already kind of dabble in that gray area of overstepping some of our legalities.
I also like Nick's comment about giving the GM the authority to do the letter on behalf of the board. So this is installed for another month.
We could draft another one next month,
Cool.
or at least to set that meeting. I think it's reasonable to be able to set that meeting up. Michelle's always inviting on that. Redway got it done very quickly. It was a very similar thing. They almost burnt down half their town
Yeah.
when that happened.
And we can also follow the second letter after that meeting.
Also, if I may, if we also, in this meeting, which I would like to be involved with, but I think maybe it should be a longer term board member that needs to be, because it's going to be a long-term process. But if code enforcement could work with the sheriff's department and possibly bring a social worker, I'm sure they can find a resolution to the problem. But they don't work together, unfortunately.
So I think what is important, having Chris draft a letter is an option, but I think it's coming to the point where we need to show that the board is also in alignment with that, and that we are showing a united front with that. And it's also important to show the community that the board is united in bringing resolution to these issues.
I agree with you, Tasha.
Yeah,
I
and
guess
so-
my only problem is the time.
Right. And I can understand that, and I do apologize to you, Michelle, and to the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office or Hansel if this seems like we're just springing this on you. However, we do have the paperwork that documents that this has been an ongoing issue for at least a couple of years, this particular issue. And so I don't know, I'm kind of on the fence about, I would like to be able to sign a letter from the board, but if the rest of the board isn't on board with that, then I could.
I just want to provide a little clarity on the timeline notification. I did notify the sheriff's department last week about this action item. It was our liaison, Lieutenant Kyle Holt and Sergeant Andrea Sherrod, through email. And then on Monday, I notified Michelle Bushnell about it this week.
What was the response? And so what was the response from the deputy that you notified?
I didn't get it.
Okay.
So this is, Tasha, if I may, how long would it take you to generate a letter, and could you do it before you leave for the training exercise? If the board wanted to sign it, I mean, we could easily, Mike was talking a special session, but we could easily drop by and read the letter and sign it.
I think the existing letter can be used and then added on to with requesting the meeting.
Well, I like a lot of what Tasha had to say, and definitely like what Wes wrote.
I could add in those elements. Yeah, I can make it happen.
Good. That's the question.
Any feedback, Melissa?
I do think that it is pertinent that we work with, that we take the offer from the county supervisor, and that we work with Ms. Bushnell and get this done, and we meet with the sheriff about long-term code enforcement. I think it's vital that we work with them. I think that getting a program where maybe we have a more direct line. I don't know if that would be something where if it's a lack of documentation, right? If we need photos or something, maybe that's something that once a complaint is received, I don't know if that's something, maybe the fire department, if it's a safety thing, if there's code violations that are, with hazardous waste on site and that kind of thing, if we can take pictures and send to them, if we can assist and be like the first eyes on the incident for them or something like that. I don't know if that's a responsibility we want to undertake in terms of nonviolent code enforcement issues. In terms of the violent code enforcement issues, it's very concerning, the responses that the public's receiving. And I don't know. I mean, there are recorded 911 calls. There's a lot of evidence in different ways that, of course, we don't have and that we don't have privy to. We're not a judge. We're not a jury. We can't make decisions as to whether or not these particular things happened, whether there were violations of the law on one side or the other. But I know that there are certain things. I mean, anyone who saw Mary Jo before the incident and saw Mary Jo after the incident, seen that she lost her hair, and I doubt that she just yanked it out herself. So, there are some documentable injuries that have happened that, in my experiences with law enforcement have been, especially when you have a documented injury like that, that's something that is usually looked into. And so it's difficult to marry that. And then the fact that it has been going on for a while, that they have threatened our staff, that they've threatened the supervisor herself is very disturbing. I didn't know that. I knew that she'd come after us and our staff, and in the emails that I've seen, and just between the ones that have been CC'd to us, they're very disturbing emails about threats, and they're not even veiled threats. So I think that quick action is important. I think that this letter, I would like to see something go out, and I would like it to, and it's unfortunate that it's come to this point that has facilitated the action. Sometimes that's what's required. Like with the FEMA things, you don't get the money until after the incident, which is terrible. And I would rather that we were more proactive. And so I think, working with Chief Pape and getting a more proactive program involved, I think would be fantastic. But that does start with that communication and that meeting. In terms of their current responses, I, I, I think that they need to be, they need to be held accountable for that, I think, and explain to us and explain to the public why those responses have been what they've been. And for us to be able to see their side and why they've had these instances. And the fact that they haven't been at these meetings for a couple of months now has been difficult. I know that, they were pretty consistent the first year that I was on the board with coming and talking to us, and I thought that was great. And it was, I thought, really informative for the public. If we have these code violations, what to do, who to talk to, where to go, and then just with that changeover with the individual who was working with us to a new individual, we haven't seen that individual but once. So, it's been very disappointing. And so I think that, we have been kind of put on the back burner and not prioritized in the way that I think we need to be. And so getting this letter out, I think would be good. There are some changes, I think even in the language as you read it that I wrote, last night. I would like to make some edits to that. So, and some of what, what you had, Trisha, I think should be included in there because it does build that up. I think having Chris getting the authority to do that, I think is great. Getting that meeting started and seeing what effect we can get from that before we come at them as a united board, it might be the way to go. Because if they do a response from a letter from Chris, they haven't been responding to his emails, but if they get a response from a letter, then maybe it's not necessary for us to go to that level. But then if we don't get a response to this letter requesting the meeting, we don't get a meeting set up with, at least with Chris and at least one or two of us, I think that then, we come back and say, hey, we sent you this letter, we requested this, we've sent you 3 emails, supervisor showed up to our meeting, said that this would happen, we're still not getting any participation. And there's police officers have a license, they have certifications. There are other steps that we can take if we still aren't getting a response that we need. So.
I received a message from Supervisor Bushnell. She wanted to say that she lost service, but she requested an in-person meeting just now with the sheriff and the community. And that we also wanted to let you know that her suggestion was not send the letter, it was to have the in-person meeting first. Then if nothing resulted from that, send the letter.
And I'd like to add, we have a district attorney that should be involved.
That's a good point. Not just the sheriff.
At the meeting.
The county district.
So it sounds like she's offering a public meeting with the community as well, is what I'm,
I read it exactly.
okay, right? Is that what I'm? Yeah. So then we wouldn't have to just pick one or two board members. And I also think that's good because it allows the community to have a voice, if that's okay with you guys. I'm okay with authorizing Chris to draft a letter. And I feel like we still need to send a letter. Like, I think the community is asking for that. And again, we have been engaged. So I don't think that the letter is necessarily out of order.
Or premature.
Or premature, exactly. So.
Invitation.
Exactly.
With background information.
Yeah.
Well, and again,
I'm all for that.
and Chris is doing the letter on the direction from the board.
Yeah.
I think that it's, and I'm gonna agree with Nick. I mean, the proactive part is we requested a meeting, that's by the letter.
Yeah.
And then the letter can still, address our
State facts.
concerns. Yeah.
And concerns, yes. And so, yeah, and
And
I'll.
we follow up with another letter after those meetings to
If there's no.
reiterate what is being done and what we heard will be done.
Okay.
So no action on this action.
Well, we need to direct Chris.
Yeah.
Direct Chris, yes.
Yeah. So, do we want to get a motion?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to direct. I'll make a motion to direct the general manager to draft a letter to Humboldt County Board of Supervisors and the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office, and also the Humboldt Code Enforcement Office.
And district attorney.
And district attorney. And to relay our concerns and to also ask and set up a meeting with all of these agencies and for a public meeting.
All right, second.
I'll second it.
Roll call.
I'm sorry, could we get a rereading?
Yeah. I'm sorry, that was messy.
I just want to make sure that it's clear,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that the direction is clear before I vote on it.
Yeah, I'll do my best when we got here, but I do end up reviewing the video to get the exact wording. Motion to direct the general manager to draft letter to Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, the Sheriff's Office, Code Enforcement, District Attorney to relay our concerns and request a meeting.
Public meeting.
Can I request that? Can you guys somehow put in their verbiage that it's a priority from the board? Because Chris and I both have a normal workload. And when we start adding things to that workload, when you guys prioritize as a priority request from the board, it gives us more justification on our day-to-day and say, hey, we're gonna put more hours into this that we might not have. And then it shows the community, the board did push this on the staff as a priority.
So please add make this a priority.
With priority.
With priority from the board direction. So I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion and add a priority for the general manager from the board.
And then a second.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Kristen Sanders.
Aye.
Trish Shane.
Aye.
Buzz Bonham.
Aye.
Joe Philbrook. Mike Solari.
Aye. Motion carries. All right. All right, let's move on. Action item number 2, approve the fiscal year 26-27 strategic plan.
Yeah, so this is sort of a formality stemming from the discussion item earlier by Hillary Strauss, facilitator. Purpose of this action item is to approve and finalize strategic plan that staff, the board, and a consultant worked on during the 2-day workshop in late May. The plan was presented earlier in the meeting as discussion item. And financial impact, as I said earlier, all 1-year objectives have been included in the fiscal year budget, approximating to $200,000. And the recommendation is to approve the fiscal year 26-27 strategic plan and direct at those objectives that involve hiring staff and or outside resources, hard costs to be included in the fiscal year 26-27 budget. A little bit the opposite of premature, but kind of covering our bases.
Right. Anybody?
I think we've discussed this quite a bit at the
Yeah.
strategic plan meeting, so I'm not sure
Yeah.
if anybody else has a change of ideas.
No, I feel like this is just the next step.
Right.
Yeah.
I have to agree with Les. Maybe open it up for comment and move along.
You're good. All right, well, we can open it up for public comment. Anybody online on the strategic plan?
No, let me add, there might be some confusion online. If the person wants to make a comment online, they should say it to everyone and not just direct to one person online, because I can't see all of them. There were some comments earlier, I think, went to one particular identity, not the whole site identity.
All right, any public comment in the audience on the strategic plan? No? That being said, let's get a motion on.
All right, I move to approve the fiscal year 2026-27 strategic plan and direct that those objectives that involve hiring staff and outside resources be included in the fiscal year 2026-27 district budget.
Second that.
Roll call.
Mike Flurry.
Aye.
Wes Bondline.
Aye.
Kristen Zander.
Aye.
Tricia Shane.
Aye.
Jeff Hilbert.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, move on. Action item number 3, approve elimination of policy number 1060, crime prevention reward program, second reading.
I know this might be kind of awkward after all of our discussion today, but we did see this policy first reading last month. It's an older policy that's in the district policy manual. Staff recommend eliminating it. It's called Crime Prevention Reward Program. As mentioned in the last board meeting, this policy strays from the purview of the district and encourages unbudgeted expenditures out of scarce general funds. The policy allows for a minimum reward of $250 to report crimes or provide information that leads to the arrest and conviction of perpetrators. Staff do not feel that vandalism and theft of district property or services rise to the level of warranting this policy. Rather, the board could treat an applicable incident on a case-by-case basis if desired. Policy 1060 is attached for reference. Just a note, as I said last month, I don't think there's ever been actual check written for this policy to any individual in the community. So recommendation is to approve the elimination of the policy.
So just for clarification, I think this is just going along with you guys looking at the policies and weeding out what might not necessarily be needed, right? Correct?
Yeah.
We've already discussed this. Anybody else? No? Public comment? Anyone got a public comment on this? No? Anybody online, Chris?
No.
All right, let's get a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the elimination of policy numbers 1060, Crime Prevention Reward Program.
I'll second it.
Roll call.
Tricia Shane.
Aye.
Jeff Hilbert.
Aye.
Wes Bondline.
Aye.
Mike Flurry.
Aye.
Kristen Zander.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right. Knocking these out now. All right. Action item number 4, approve modifications to district personnel policies. Chris.
So staff worked recently with IBEW representation to modify 2 position job descriptions. That would be journeyman power distribution and apprentice power distribution. The mutually agreed upon recommendation is to reduce the level of required water distribution certification from the State Water Resources Control Board for electric department staff from the grade D2 to D1. And you can see the attached district policies 2397 and 2400 with the track changes enabled, show you where the changes were made. Recommendation is to approve the changes and use them individually. Are there any questions?
No, I'm up on it. Anybody else?
Yeah, I generally am okay with it, but what is the difference between the 2 grades?
The Shelter Cove water distribution system is classified as a D2, so we have to have a D2 operator on staff. However, not every operator that works for our system needs to have that same certification level. So you can have a D1 working on our system as long as there's a D2 on staff that is responsible.
Okay, so this is basically saying not every single person we hire for wastewater has to have a D2.
For water distribution. Similarly, for wastewater, we are classified as a grade 3 wastewater plant, but not every operator at the plant needs to be at grade 3 level.
Okay, so this is for folks that we hire just to do the water?
No, this would just be these 2 job descriptions in the electric department.
Okay, so it is for the electrical, because I was confused why we were having water grades for electrical.
It's part of our
Cross-training.
structure,
Okay.
part of our history.
Okay.
Staff go on call, there's cross-training, this is part of our sort of versatility in our staff.
Right, and then I also see that you changed the language from should to must.
Yeah, just to kind of eliminate any confusion. And by the way, this has been presented to IBW. They agree.
And do all our current electrical folks meet this requirement that have this job?
Not yet.
Okay, so we have a plan for getting that in place?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess I appreciate, trying to come up with a compromise with these employees. I'm just having a little bit of an issue from the fact when we were approving the organizational chart and the wages, part of, at least for myself, when approving that, is I'm thinking of the responsibilities that these employees have, right? And so, having the electrical department having that grade 2 has been a factor for quite a while. And it also ensures that if that person is on call and there is an emergency, then we're not having to bring somebody else, another employee that has the grade 2, to have to be able to come, also be on overtime with that. So I'm on the fence on this. I do like the word must. I do like that change, but I feel like that we looked at this in 2023 and these concerns were not brought up that it should be a grade 1. And then we also approved their organizational chart and, their compensation. So I'm leaning more towards keeping it as is, and then except for the must, and actually having people trained up to par on how we have been operating, and having them move forward with their grade 2 as well. I feel like, I know you've gotten, I guess you've gotten some pushback, but we work with a skeleton crew. And so I feel like having everybody pretty much on at the same level is helpful. So that's how I feel about it.
Was this change initiated by the labor union or by us?
I'd say labor union.
Okay.
Members of.
Yeah.
So how many D2 people do we have on staff? 1, 2, 4, 5, 4. Okay. And then how many D1?
We don't have any D1s on staff.
Okay, because
So how many are not none?
Um, 3 or 4 who are not distribution certified, maybe 4.
It was in their job description when they were hired that they would need to be getting that, correct?
Yes.
What
And that-
created the pushback?
So it's a kind of individual basis, but mainly probably just the certification exam itself. Have the process of going through taking the test. And then also sort of more particularities of job description, departments, that kind of thing.
How often do you have to take that test?
It's a one-time test, and then you just take contact hours to maintain your certification. It's free training usually.
So it's training that keeps them relevant.
Yeah, and the district provides all the training material and per diem and travel expenses to take these tests.
John, what's your opinion?
Well, 9 times out of 10, if it's a big enough water thing, you're gonna have more than one person there anyway. So there's a lot of spots out here where you're gonna have to close down 3 to 6 valves to actually get the water shut off to where you can get it closed down to where you can repair it. And then other things is, depending on where the loop feeds are, you have to have somebody that knows the system to be able to facilitate that. Like I said, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna have more than one person there anyway.
So I have 2 questions before I get off this one. Travis, your opinion?
John just made a really good point. Typically, we're gonna get all hands on deck if there's a break or any type of water is moving on the street. We're calling to help. There would be multiple people, we have licenses. If that person's available to respond. And let's say, like myself or somebody, or everybody's off, that does have PTUs. There's some people that don't have them, so we can come up with that. The one cool thing that by having John have a D2, and when you went and got his contact hours, got the connection with Samantha Ryan through the RCAC. Now we're going to get a rate study for wastewater and water for free through RCAC because of that. And that was an electrical crew staff member bringing distribution money to the table because of that. So there are some bonuses to it. Legality reasons, let's say somebody has a D1 and turns a corp stop, it will go to whoever holds a D2. So somebody that this team could actually be charged for somebody who's doing and inexperience. That's about it.
Okay, Chris, how much does it cost us by having them have to have the D2?
Per person, less than $500.
It's really hard. I'm not hearing any justification for changing it.
especially if they were hired with that already in the paperwork. I mean, it seems like if the job description was, should, must.
And also, I want to add a side note. I want to commend the staff for their quick repair yesterday too. That was a perfect example of needing to shut down a huge number of valves to isolate that break that occurred on Toth and Atchison. Luckily, it happened during the daytime when we had enough staff on hand to handle that. But if it had been an overnight call out, we would have to take everybody on staff who was available at the time to respond. I know yesterday's staff, maybe half of them have a distribution certification. So we're looking to staff up everybody on staff.
So, before I let go of this point, what's your opinion, Chris? You're saying, because you said you recommend it, but I'm not, I mean, just by John bringing in a rate study it paid for everything, so I don't know.
For each between the D1 and 2, you still have to have contact hours to keep your certification. Right? So you gotta, for each level of certification that you go up, there's more contact hours. So I think I got a D2 is what, 16? Yes. And I think, I don't know what the 1 is, but I think it's 8. Yeah. So there's half as many contact hours that you need for the D1 versus the D2, but you can still go to the same training. So it's, or whether they be online or in person, and then it's once every 3 years. 3 years. Yeah, that's right. So then, yeah, every 3 years, they send you a thing, a renewal, and then that time you got 3 years to accrue your contact hours, whether that be like the PRV guy comes out. We went through the PRVs with them, because that's a good refresher for everybody. And then like I think we got 3 contact hours for that, and then like I went to those 2 classes in Fortuna, and then I usually try to do 1 or 2 online, just because there's always some sort of little filler that you need like 2 hours for or something.
Well, I like the continuing education part, and that to me is ideal. I'm just, again, I'm just not, I don't know that I'm hearing any justification to eliminate it.
So I understand, John, you're talking 6 hours a year then, because you have 18 hours that you have to get done over 3 years?
No, it's 16 hours within that 3 years. 16. So you have to say your certification is due for renewal in November. I think mine's due in November. So I had to have all my stuff done before middle of June or July, somewhere in there, because there's a.
Yeah, so it's 15 hours or 16 hours over 3 years.
Yeah.
So we're looking at the difference. So it's 8 versus 16 hours. So, and over 3 years, that doesn't seem like much, but I have to do a ton.
The difference between and then Travis and them, that for their wastewater, they have to do X amount of contact hours for each of those licenses.
Right.
Thinking overlap.
And so
So there's still ongoing courses that they can either do online to keep their certification up, or they can go to like in-person classes.
Yeah. And so we've hired these people to get to work for us at a certain pay rate, assuming that they would have this grade 2 water distribution certification. And now we're saying, oh, you don't have to get the grade 2, you can get a grade 1. And our intention is to continue to pay them the same amount.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not hearing justification anymore now.
Yeah, so for these 2 positions, their focus is not the distribution system. Their focus is the electrical system. So that's kind of why I said, okay, we can reduce that to D1. The State Water Resources Board also said not everyone needs to be certified, as long as there's somebody on staff. So that goes back to Travis's point of who's responsible. So yeah, ultimately it would be the supervisor, the D2 holder for the system. So this is also why I'm recommending we maintain license for all staff to get their experience and knowledge. The difference between the D1 and D2 is just more advanced knowledge and higher contact hours.
But I think the other question is that majority's cross-trained. And so again, I'm having a hard time justifying lowering that position. Again, whether money and then throw money paying the same, but I'm more that we're such a small department and we cross-train everything. I have a hard time, I think.
I'd like to make a suggestion. If maybe we can table this until after we finish our
I agree.
labor negotiations.
I would second that motion. Table it.
I wasn't making a motion. I was just putting that up for discussion. I think we have to have public comment still too.
Yeah, that's true.
But I appreciate the support, Jeff.
Table it.
Okay, any other questions, comments on the board? No? On anything online, Chris?
No.
No? Public comment, the audience? All right, get a motion on.
I make a motion to table it.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to table this pending our discussions with the IBEW.
I'll second it.
Roll call.
First time over.
Bryce Bonheim,
Aye.
Kristen Sanders,
Aye.
Mike Solori,
Aye.
Jeff Hildreth.
Aye.
Motion Shane.
Aye.
Motion carries.
First time.
All right.
I think there was another time.
Move on, action item number 5, approve unbudgeted expense of $27,750.31 for 2 new pumps at lift station number 3.
All right, so background. The district has 2 submersible flight brand pumps at lift station number 3 located at Coral Point. Xylem Water Solutions USA Inc. is the designated contractor for servicing this brand pumps, which they do on an annual basis. Their last annual visit was on June 6th this year. They completed their service and submitted a report on June 22nd that indicated both pumps were in poor to failing condition, one much worse than the other. They supplied a quote with the report to rebuild that pump. And then on June 30th, supplied a quote for complete replacement, brand new pump. These documents arrived too late to include for consideration in this fiscal year budgeting process. So the Water Wastewater Department is asking the board to approve an unbudgeted expense in the amount of $27,750.31 to purchase 2 new replacement pumps for lift station number 3, including installation. This critical equipment is necessary to maintain operations, redundancy, and prevent potential sewer spills and fines. The Water Wastewater Department recommends replacement of the pumps versus rebuilding them due to the cost differential. It's actually cheaper to buy new pumps than to rebuild the existing ones. The department also recommends replacing both pumps at once for savings on potential future cost increases and expanded travel and per diem costs for the company to perform the work. This expenditure will be added into the budget as a sewer capital expense line item and funded through special tax capital improvement county fund account 2965. And then after further discussion with staff, we came up with an alternative. The cost for replacing these 2 pumps can be sourced from the previously board approved $85,000 sewer capital expense line item 90930 SCADA system improvements. Staff have determined that the wastewater SCADA system can be deferred and that the remaining $57,000 left in that sewer capital expense line item is needed much more in the same line item in the water department. So therefore, staff recommend deferring the approved $85,000 sewer capital expense line item 90930 SCADA system improvements, using $28,000 from it for a new sewer capital expense line item, lift station number 3 improvements, and moving the remaining $57,000 into the water capital expense line item, SCADA system improvements, bringing its total from $30,000 to $87,000. So I hope that's clear. And I've included both budget, originally approved budget, and changed budget, amended budget for approval. And the Water Wastewater Department included a letter and the quotes for the pumps for your review. So you can see the financial impact, and the recommendation is to approve the unbudgeted expense for 2 new replacement pumps and by creating a new sewer capital expense line item and sourcing its funds from the previously approved $85,000 sewer capital expense line item, while reallocating the remaining funds of that line item into the water capital expense SCADA system improvements.
I got a question. Why are we having the company install it? Don't we have people that could do that work? Wouldn't it be cheaper to do it that way?
I think there's some intricate wiring involved. Water is included into the wiring.
And warranty and all that?
The manhole down there is like 40 feet deep.
Okay.
Combined space.
Yeah, you can't do it.
And warranty.
So $27,000 is actually not that bad then.
No.
Okay. All right.
I'll go back to warranty.
I understand.
So,
I just wanted to, I'm okay with reallocating that 85,000. I'm just wondering at some point when we can have a public discussion about how much both the wastewater, a total amount of the wastewater SCADA system is going to be, and then also that total amount for the water department SCADA system. I think there's a little bit of confusion as to how much money it's going to take to get it up to operational status of a certain caliber. And so to get those as close to hard numbers as possible to the board would be very beneficial in our understanding on when we're approving these funds, what more is going to be needed.
Staff and I have been working on that, and actually we can bring an item back next month's meeting. I know that Travis had given you some handouts at the last board meeting, primarily on our water SCADA system and increased costs for that. And this month we gave you a wastewater report on our wastewater SCADA. I think the 85,000 that was originally budgeted for the wastewater SCADA did not include some of the hardware, the instrumentation and sensors that were needed to make the SCADA system work. So actually it probably would not be enough. So that's why we decided to and increase the budget for water SCADA, which may actually, I think, judged on the pamphlets that Travis handed out last month, actually do really well in making that work.
And then we can budget for the wastewater SCADA system for next year's, potentially.
Yeah.
And then when we have those harder numbers.
Usually that's in the parking lot, the strategic plan.
So what is it that we're giving up by making this budget shift? I'm a little confused on that because it says,
SCADA.
okay, so we're trading out the wastewater SCADA for these lift stations and then the water treatment SCADA.
Yeah,
Okay. And it says your support, Travis?
Yes, it does. We still need to address, obviously, the wastewater SCADA, just from looking at that, the information that I handed out, just kind of bring you guys up to par where we're at right now. We're literally in the line. But that doesn't do good for compliance or litigation issues or anything like that. Kind of take a time bomb away from having cost a lot of money to do the line or involve litigation. But I was 100% under the understanding that the instrumentation was included in David Ashner's quote, and he thought we had in-house the depth blanket, turbidity analyzers, basically approximately about 5 of them, which we do not. We're looking at, we need to get hard numbers for you guys, so it's not just a ballpark number, exactly what it is. I don't know yet. 25,000 minimum, more, but we can source that out. I was trying to get a list from him, but people don't like to give all their equipment lists and everything because they can be shopped on proposals, which is understanding. I also know where we're at too with the budget, and this literally came up right after we had discussed. This wasn't planned to string it up on you guys or anything. So it's just like trying to make it work.
So
We're going to adjust the budget no matter what. This is just.
Yeah, so you think it's more important for us to prioritize the water SCADA than the wastewater SCADA?
I think they're both really important, but with the money allocated, we can get further along in water than what we could do with.
Okay, that makes sense. Because I mean, in theory, we could go the other direction too, right? And pull from the water budget in order to bring all the wastewater stuff and the thing up.
It's really more of a best discussion to really focus on what we want to do. But both wastewater and water has to be dealt with.
So this year dealing with water, next year dealing with wastewater is the intent?
Budgets.
For the budget.
Yeah. Then maybe it's allocating towards grant.
Right.
I'm kind of up for anything, but we definitely need to figure out something.
Do you think it'd be easier to, and I know that this is probably 100% speculation, do you think it would be easier to get a grant for wastewater than water?
At that point, if we're getting grant money, I think we need to find both of them.
Okay.
I guess my question about the SCADA is I always thought that the reason, so don't we have to pay overtime in the sewer department because we don't have a working SCADA system?
Yes, that would eliminate it right now. Chris is working with our state regulator, Matthew Herman to limit our monitoring requirements on the weekend.
Mm.
And we're actually in the process of updating our MPDS permit. So he just drafted a letter, and Matthew Herman is willing to look at that. Other agencies are doing it. And it seems like it's definitely a possibility. So we have to look on. We have to first make sure from regulatory purposes that it's going to be okay. But yes, I think around 60,000 approximately a year in overtime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Say.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's what I was kind of with Wes was saying, like which one to prioritize. I would just be curious, like, yeah, what the cost benefit is, like get the SCADA done in the sewer versus get the SCADA done in the water. Because it's just where the savings or benefit would actually be more felt.
Yeah, it's they're both definitely priority. On Father's Day, we had the stem and the clarifier go down. It was within an hour or so after we would have had a violation because everything was going to be coming over our wares and the clarifier going to our contact chamber and ocean out. So no alarms. If we had death blanket, it would have called me. And if that had happened an hour after I left, we would have an issue. So they're both extremely important.
Yeah.
Just for argument's sake, what do those fines look like if that happens?
I had Darren, I forget his last name, he was a circuit rider for RWA, and he was an existing superintendent water, superintendent and wastewater, and a general manager, and he was very alarmed that we did not have SCADA and wastewater and a functioning water system. It was like, those fines are going to be, he was throwing out some frightening numbers. I don't know if that was, I don't know what they are. So he was talking, $500,000 to $1 million fines, and then getting lawyers involved and everything. So it's just like, he's like, do you want a community member to notify you? Or do you want your own SCADA system to?
So why are we prioritizing the water? Like, what's the reason why you want to do the water SCADA as opposed to the wastewater SCADA with this money?
It's because of the amount, and if we can get John Tank or John Well, W3 Well, Jack Well, it was more of a let's leave it open for discussion than recommendation. Recommendation was a strong word, and I was more let's leave this to discussion.
But you do need the money to replace the, like right now, yeah.
So it's my understanding that for the discussion part of it is that the reason why you're recommending possibly reallocating the money to the water department SCADA system is because we would get more bang for our buck, so to speak.
Yes.
Correct. That is my understanding, and that's why.
I don't know exactly how much.
However, with that said, they're both equally as important. It's just trying to look at the budget and see what can we do with the amount of money that we have, and that we would get further along with the water, with the money that we have budgeted, we'd get along further in the water department SCADA system, correct?
Right, and then, I mean, it's also on the water side for a tank, and, having to get back keys, a ton of staff time, money involved in that too. So, and being able to fight fire, having the water available, water for the community. So they're both
equally.
I would say they're both equally very important.
Yeah, and a lot of that staff overtime as well is on the water side, not just the wastewater side, correct? Okay.
More for specifically on weekends, wastewater.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's what you guys are actively trying to work out potentially with this letter. Okay.
My recommendation is to beef up the water SCADA versus the wastewater because I guess we've got much further along in completion on our water SCADA. And, you know, think of it in terms of building a house, there's already a built house, just needs some extra rehab and remodeling to get it finished up, whereas in the wastewater SCADA is more like just parts of the foundation. So I'd rather just get the water SCADA completed and then we move on.
And focus on
I know
the,
there's constant maintenance on both of them, but at least for building them.
Well, and also we're not approving an unbudgeted item. We're just reallocating, which is better for our budget.
and we need to replace these pumps. I mean, that's, like, we can't get around that anyway.
And you do have the option of just, adding this as an unbudgeted expense and maintaining the other parts of the budget.
But you also stated that we're gonna have to address it anyway because it was a little low because of things that weren't included. So it makes more sense to do this way.
Okay. I'll make a motion.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Public, please.
So if we're done at the board, so let's go to public comment. Nothing? Chris, anybody online? No? All right, let's get a motion going.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve the unbudgeted expense of 20 cents. No, I will not. I'm going to. Okay, which one am I doing? The unbudgeted.
That's a long-winded recommendation, but
That's what you
does
want to say.
coincide with, we're creating a new line item, but taking the funds out of the other.
So by creating a new item. So this
Okay,
is,
okay, I'm making a motion to create a new. No, okay, I'm going to step back and let one of my other board members make the motion.
So I'm just gonna read the recommendation. Would you like to do that? Okay. I'll make the motion to approve unbudgeted expenses of $27,750.31 for two new replacement pumps at lift station number 3 by creating a new sewer capital expense line item and sourcing its funds from the previously approved $85,000 sewer capital expense line item number 9930, SCADA system improvements, while reallocating the remaining funds of that line item into the water capital expense line item 9930, SCADA system improvements.
I will second that motion.
Roll call, please.
Thanks, Lori.
Aye.
Beth Bonline.
Aye.
Kristen Sanders.
Aye.
Trustee Shane.
Aye.
Beth Eldred.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, let's move on to unfinished business. Is there any unfinished business anybody have? Jessica?
I did get one more communication from Supervisor Bushnell, who said that he has agreed to come out. I'm not sure who he is, but somebody from Sheriff's Department. And they're working on a date.
Cool, awesome.
Yeah, I see, I've gotten some emails, but it's been in the meeting here from Sheriff, Consul, and Supervisor Bushnell.
Okay, great. Moving forward. Anybody else unfinished business? Public unfinished business? No? That being said, we're gonna move to, well, do we want to take a recess?
Yeah.
Before closed session?
Yeah, I need to trade out my chair.
Someone needs to make a motion to go to recess prior to closed session?
How long do we want?
30 minutes to get some food? Is that good? I don't know either.
I'll make a motion to take a 30-minute recess and be back at
12:30.
12:30. Maybe it's a little bit more. Oh.
I second that motion to take a recess until 12:30.
Beth Eldred.
Aye.
Trustee Shane.
Aye.
Beth Bonline.
Aye.
Kristen Sanders.
Aye.
Mike Lori.
Aye. Recess till 12:30 hours.
Who seconded that? I'm sorry.
I did.
Aye.
Oh my goodness.
What is that? I know it. It's like pretty good timing. I don't know why.
I wish I had the cushion.
Today.
I
when I'm live. What time is it? 12:34. Recess has concluded. We will reconvene. 12:34 hours in closed session.
You're on.
Okay.
Okay, well.
All right, we're coming out of closed session at 14:29 hours. We have completed an update with the board or union negotiations, and we have completed the GM's evaluation. Any public comment? Oh, meeting adjourned. 14:29 hours.
Yeah, you all right?
Yeah, that'd be great.